What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. As always, I'm the Wombat of Doom, and we are here for another Horizon Forbidden West playthrough episode. We are on, what is it, episode 20-something. Pretty big one. We are continuing the plot forward here. We have just been... Well, first of all, Varl passed away, and now we've got Tilda, who rescued us. I'm hoping, since maybe Varl can get patched up. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what we got here. I'm sure we are in the house, Tilda's house, or maybe even Elizabeth's house, but I think it's Tilda's house. The vault that was under the house. Let's see what's in here.
Some kind of survival bunker.
Are these showers or these like survival pods? Why is there fog coming down on the toilets?
What is this?
Just a few favorites from my collection. Rescued and stored here just before I went off-world. Take a look, if you like. I'm curious to hear your impressions.
My friend is dead. Beta and Gaia are gone, and you want me to look at old paintings?
Don't be so quick to dismiss the comfort we can find in art, or the insight we might gain. My favorite pairing on the left is woman reading a letter by
Yeah, I thought
Vermeer,
that was
a
really
true master. And on the right is a forgery, woman reading music, which fooled experts into believing it was a priceless original. Early in my career, I became fascinated with such deceptions. Eventually, I developed scanning software that could detect fakes with unparalleled accuracy.
Is that how you made enough money to buy your way onto the Odyssey?
Oh no. I made my real fortune later. Selene and Endymion. She's the goddess of the moon, whereas he's a simple shepherd. Beside her is the god of love, Cupid.
So she's sneaking up on him?
More like visiting him in secret. The torch that Cupid bears represents Selene's undying infatuation with him. Though the two must remain apart, her love will forever burn.
Rembrandt.
This is Rembrandt painting Jeremiah, a man in mourning.
Mourning what?
His home. The ancient city of Jerusalem. He foresaw its impending doom, but could do nothing to prevent it. So instead, he saved its treasures from destruction, just as I saved these works. You could say we're kindred spirits.
Look at the frame. It's damaged. The cool detail. Not all the frames are like that too. Oh, this one is. Never mind. Yeah, it's damaged in the same place. Okay, I don't
A portrait of the painter, Rembrandt's son Titus, depicted in the habit of a monk.
I don't get it. Why would someone like you, with infinite resources, care about this painting of a boy in a hood?
It's not the image itself, but the feeling it conveys. The face is bright and defined, but his eyes are downcast, heavy with misfortune. And the background seems to swallow all light. The painting is infused with a sense of loss.
I guess I understand how the painter feels.
He really likes Rembrandt.
Rembrandt's The Night Watch, by far the most famous painting my homeland ever produced. It was commissioned to honor a militia made up of influential citizens.
I guess you must have been an influential citizen.
In my day. But not as influential as you've been in this new world.
And the valve.
The Gust. By Willem van de Velde, the most famous of his many maritime paintings.
A ship crossing into the unknown. I guess you're familiar with that.
Indeed, which is why I appreciate this composition in particular. Though waves and wind threaten to destroy the ship, it perseveres, clinging to the light even as darkness closes in all around it.
She's pulling out her own hair.
Easy.
Grief? It's hard to watch her suffer.
Stunning, isn't it? Paintings weren't the only masterpieces of my people's golden age. This is Van Vianen's leaded ewer, molded from a single sheet of silver.
What was it for?
How like Elizabeth you are. Function over form. Its practical purpose was less important than its meaning. Van Vianen created it in honor of his late brother, who himself was a famous silversmith.
A memorial.
Yes. Such beauty from sorrow.
A lot of weight on his shoulders. I know the feeling.
Fine.
Done so soon?
I've got more important things to worry about.
We both do. There is much we are trying to save. Not the least of which is in that vault. There's nothing wrong with savoring such treasures for a moment more. Or come upstairs and we'll get down to business. Your choice.
Interesting.
There you are. Feeling better?
How did you find us? At the cauldron? And what did you do to everyone right before I passed out?
All business, I see. Well, suffice it to say we were keeping a very close eye on Hephaestus, knowing we would need it at some point. Your ruse didn't fool us, and as for my little trick, it was an overload of the senses, accompanied by an energy discharge. Gerard and Eric were only momentarily disoriented due to their shields, but it rendered you unconscious while I got you out. Perhaps some breakfast might steady you a bit?
This was your house. The one you recreated for Beta, in the data channel you shared.
How perceptive of you. Please, this way.
After everything your people have done, you think I'm just gonna sit down and have a chat with you?
They're not my people. They never were, and especially not now.
You shot off into space with them, and lived with them for 1,000 years before coming back. So what made you suddenly turn on them?
Quite simply, this.
My old focus. You repaired it? But that means you've seen
Incredible things. What you've accomplished in 2 decades of life. A 1,000 years at my back, and I haven't even come close. I'm sorry if I invaded your privacy, but I had to. In order to understand. To be enlightened. You truly are Elizabeth's blood. With her drive, her sense of mission, her integrity. Watching all this shamed me for the company that I've kept. Having seen it, all I want is to help you.
even if it means stopping your friends?
Especially so. Please, sit down.
Go on.
There. That's better. Now, we must recover Beta and Gaia at all costs. By now, you must know that Gerard intends to use Gaia to reboot the Earth's biosphere. Remaking this world to specifications that would only suit us immortals. This process will kill every living thing on the planet. He calls it a clean install.
Not if I
Wow.
stop him first.
Not if we do. And once he and the others are gone, we can work together to fulfill Elizabeth's dream. I'm sure Beta told you that there's a build of the Apollo database on board our ship. A complete collection of human knowledge. With that and Gaia, we could do everything Elizabeth wanted. Heal the biosphere, educate the people of this world, uplift them. Create the world she imagined.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. From what I've seen, your friends are invincible.
I do wish you would stop calling them my friends. And they're not invincible. In fact, a friend of yours has found a way to defeat them.
Silence.
Oh, he's been a busy bee, building an army powerful enough to crash through Gerard's precious base.
Yeah. Regala and her rebels.
Even now, she's preparing a final march on the
We
Tanakh
killed
capital.
Regala.
When she wins, she'll have the
Didn't we?
entire tribe under her control. Hundreds of warriors and machines to throw at the base. She's been duped. They'll all perish, of course. But it should be enough to break Gerard's defenses and allow Silence to kill him. Along with all the others.
Using the new weapon he's developed.
Or was that one of
Yes,
Regala's?
he's found a way to
plans?
circumvent our shields. Truly an exceptional man. He's planned for everything. Except you and me. You see, while his army is battering down Gerard's doors, you and I will sneak in through a back way. One that only I know about. While Silence and my friends are busy battling each other, we'll take back Beta and Gaia. I told you I want to help you. I mean it.
My old focus. How did you find it, let alone repair it?
When we encountered you at the Hades Proving Lab, Gerard saw you as a redundancy. I knew better. You were a revelation. After your dramatic escape, bravo, by the way. Gerard and Eric assumed you were dead and gave up the hunt. I wasn't so sure. When the others were busy, I returned to the lab and searched for any trace of you. That's when I found this little treasure. Not easy to repair, but certainly worth the effort. As I watched your life unfold, you were like a splash of color on a worn canvas. What Liz was, and more.
Did you show it to the others?
Of course not. It was your actions that inspired me to defy them. It's worth noting that if I hadn't found it and watched its contents, I wouldn't have known to save you at the
Oh
cauldron.
look, there's a shell walker
You'd be dead.
control.
So I should be grateful?
If you like.
The real world's happening still out there.
So you know all about me. What about you?
What would you like to know?
Well, start with your life on Earth.
When I was 8, terrorists flooded my home city. Thousands drowned, my parents included. I was one of the few who survived. My guardian sent me to boarding school. Among my peers, I was the strange girl, the orphan to be avoided. All because of circumstances beyond my control.
Oh. So we're a lot alike, huh?
Aren't we? You were an outcast. But you didn't let that stop you from getting what you needed. Neither did I. I climbed my way out of desolation and used my wits to build a fortune. First, from the technical analysis of art and the detection of forgeries. Profitable expertise in those days. But as it turned out, the software I developed was even more useful for counterintelligence. From there, it was only a short step to gathering extremely valuable intelligence on my own.
You were a spy?
More like a service one could turn to for information. I had to remain anonymous, of course, to protect my privacy. But despite that anonymity, Far Zenith inevitably sought me out.
What happened when Far Zenith approached you?
They painted an irresistible vision of humanity's future. One where we need not fear illness or death, where we explored the furthest reaches of the stars and thrived. It was only later that I realized that they only intended to bequeath this future to the rich and powerful. By the time I finally figured it out, the walls were closing in, Pharaoh's machines were devouring the earth. So I accepted Far Zenith's invitation to a berth on the Odyssey. I wanted Liz to come, but she had nobler plans, as you well know.
So you didn't know the other Zeniths were monsters until it was too late?
I knew some of them were, certainly. It wasn't until we were off-planet that I understood the true scope of their greed. I was grateful to simply be alive, but the others became obsessed with a kind of effortless immortality. They built a colony where machines serviced their every need, where any memory or fantasy could be endlessly savored in virtual reality. It wasn't life. It was stultifying, a pampered dream state. As the decades passed, I withdrew more and more, alone yet again, but this time with eons to consider my mistakes. Now finally, having met you, I feel like I have a second chance.
To do what?
Help you, of course. To fulfill Liz's dream, which isn't so different from Far Zenith's original vision. A better future for humanity.
You said Beta is not in urgent danger, so what are the Zeniths doing to her?
Putting her to work. Merging Hephaestus with Gaia. A difficult, time-consuming task, as I'm sure you know. They will compel her if need be. But her life is not in danger. She's the only one who can do it.
Because you people made her to be nothing but a tool.
Gerard's idea, not mine. They always viewed me with suspicion when I attempted any form of kindness towards her. That's why I created the data channel. A virtual place where we could speak in peace.
So this channel you shared with Beta, none of the other Zeniths ever found out about it.
Gerard believes he's the most cunning of all of us. Even after 1,000 years, he still can't imagine that I would outwit him. The channel allowed me to interact with Beta away from their mistrustful eyes. It offered us a chance to be ourselves.
Until you cut off all contact.
Yes, though it pained me. I was worried that our meetings would do her more harm than good.
Well, she felt like you tossed her aside.
I was afraid the others would find out and punish her. She may not have had the comforts of friendship anymore, but at least I ensured she was safe. I know it seems harsh, but you must believe that her well-being has always been paramount to me.
Why did you make the data channel look like this place?
I built this house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place. Not just for me, but for the art stored below. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
Beta told me your colony was destroyed. That you came back to Earth because you had nowhere else to go.
It's true. After we reached our destination, a planet in the Sirius star system, we spent decades building a new home. The physical constraints of Earth, the boundaries of mortality, gone. To think of what we could have done with it. It might have been a utopia. Instead, we stagnated, absorbed in effortless comforts and virtual realities. It took a cataclysm to finally yank us out of our stupor.
What happened?
A massive geological event. We knew of instabilities in the planet core, but we underestimated them. By the time the collapse was upon us, it was too late to stop it. Only a few of us made it to the ship in time. We set course for Earth, the only safe harbor left to us.
Which you decided to make unsafe for anyone else.
Not me. Gerard. He believes it's better to wipe the canvas clean than work around the smudges. No more primitive tribes, no more combat machines, only a blank slate to do with as he pleases. But we will stop him. All we have to do is get into that base.
What exactly is your plan to sneak into the Zenith base?
We will make use of a lesson I learned from an early age. Always know your exits. In this case, a place where Gerard's new construction meets the ancient foundation, a passage that only I can access. When Silence flings his army at the base, we will enter through this back door, bypassing most of the fighting. The distraction will provide us with a window in which to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Once we're inside the base, where will we find Beta and Gaia?
Here in the command center. By then, Gaia will have been reunited with all of its subordinate functions, including Hephaestus.
What about the alpha build of Apollo on your ship?
A simple matter of recovery once the others have been dealt with. With that in hand, we'll have everything we need to make this world as it should be.
How do you know about Silence's plan?
He isn't the only one adept at spyware.
You hacked his focus?
No, he's too careful for that. But his subordinates? Not so much. He gave additional focuses to the tribals he branded the Sons of Prometheus.
The ones working with Regala.
By tapping their focuses, I learned about most of his dealings. The distribution of override technology, the arming of Tanakh rebels, and the secret pact with Regala to attack Gerard's base.
But how did he come up with a weapon that can take down your shields?
That's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out, but however he did it, I'm quite certain it will work. With it and the Tanakh army, victory seems to be within his grasp. Such a shame he'll be disappointed.
Regala's only interested in killing Hikaru and waging war on the Karja. What does she have to gain by attacking Zeniths?
It's the price she must pay for her war. Without the ability to override machines, her little rebellion would have languished in the desert.
So she trades with the Sons of Prometheus. Machines to help her overthrow Hikaru.
In exchange for an assault on the base. Pride has deluded her into thinking she can actually survive such a battle. And all without ever knowing who the Sons of Prometheus really answer to. Yet for all of Silence's brilliance, still he underestimates you. That blind spot is what will allow us to take Beta and Gaia right out from under him.
While hundreds of Tanakh are cut down outside. So you knew Elizabeth. What was she like?
Liz was everything she was. I see in you. And more. Your ingenuity, your determination, your moral compass. You've managed to distill her greatest qualities and make them your own.
I'm not asking about me. Tell me about Elizabeth. What was she really like?
The honest answer is that I don't actually know. For all the time that I spent with her, she always kept a part of herself locked away. It was like that from the moment we met.
So when you met Elizabeth, she was what? Distant? Aloof?
Not aloof. Not exactly. It was a summit in Paris about machine learning. A touchy subject in those days. Because regulatory authorities were just starting to clamp down on AIs. Liz gave the keynote address. She had already achieved great renown for her work in automated environmental reclamation. But in her address, she was just starting to imagine the next step. An AI-driven system that wouldn't just act on its programming, but actually take responsibility for its sphere of influence.
To care about life. Not just follow orders.
Revolutionary stuff. I was fascinated. And I wanted to meet her for a long time. I watched her after her talk. She had spoken with such moral authority, such empathy. But after that, she retreated. I could tell she felt uncomfortable with all of her admirers. It was as if giving the talk had cost her something. I didn't want to be a pest, so I planned my approach carefully.
So how did you finally approach Elizabeth after her talk?
I picked the right moment. The morning of the next day, right as she came back to the conference, she had just had her coffee. She was fresh, rested. It was like she had braced herself for the onslaught of colleagues. I asked if I could walk with her, then put forth a question about her talk that I thought was intelligent. Her answer made me realize it wasn't, but she was very welcoming. Almost as if we were previously acquainted. It was only halfway through the conversation that I realized She knew exactly who I was. It was quite a shock to me. My business was trafficking in secrets, and I took great pains to protect my anonymity. So that was Liz, perpetually one step ahead. I came to view our meeting as a metaphor for our friendship. She always seemed to know me far better than I knew her.
I guess I know the feeling.
All right, before we continue on the path of our conversation, I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. Okay, be back.
First Varl. Now Hikaru and the Tenakth. Your plan would wipe out an entire tribe. There has to be another way.
We are in an admittedly desperate situation, but I assure you there isn't. Remember Zero Dawn. Elizabeth's sacrifice. Sometimes many have to die for a new world to grow.
That's already happened.
Wait. The data channel. It still exists, doesn't it? I need you to open it. Let me talk to Beta.
Impossible. We might be detected.
It's worth the risk. There is another way, one where the Tenakth survive.
But we won't. If the others...
If you want to help, open it.
Tell her, Aloy.
What are they doing to her?
Virtual reality dissociation. The manual merge of Hephaestus will take hours upon hours of tedious micromanagement. If she resists the work, they run simulations to induce feelings of isolation and despair.
Jesus.
Beta, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You're alive. They're watching me. I can't hold up this extra protection for long. You should have killed me.
No. No, look at me. I'm coming for you. I promise, okay? I just need you to hold out a little while longer and work on the merge.
Huh.
Then I think it can be done.
I'll contact again when it's time. Can you hold on?
As long as I know you're coming for me, I can endure anything.
That a girl. That a me? Yeah, it's a me.
All right. I did as you asked. Now I think you need to tell me what you're planning.
I'm going to take
The
silence on anyway.
magicians
I don't need it.
never tells this.
Only the weapon he made to penetrate your shields.
And how do you propose to get it? Ask him nicely?
Without Regala and her rebels, he won't have a choice. We'll be his only option.
Only option for what? What did you tell her?
That is between me and my sister.
Sister.
Will be Silent's only option for crashing that base. I'll tell you the rest later. But first, there are a couple of things I have to do.
Oh. And what are those?
Lay my friend to rest. And then I'm going to use the override that Beta gave me at Gemini to put an end to Regalla's rebellion. From the air.
Wait. Since you insist on doing things your way, I know of something that will truly help you make a grand entrance with the Tenakt. The ancient Horus Titans still possess electromagnetic energy cells as part of their arsenal. Drop one of those on Regalla's army and they'll receive quite a surprise.
There's 4 of them I know of.
So go, do what you must. I'll come to your base if you manage to bring silence to the table.
Not if. When. Erend, are you there?
Aloy! Aloy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Where's everyone else?
We're all... we're back at base. What happened?
It might be easier to explain
Wings
in
of the
person.
Pen, finally.
I'll try to join you there when I can.
Okay. We'll wait here for you. It's good to hear your voice, Aloy.
She used to have a car down here too. Alright, so we can no longer get in.
Just to let you know, I'm now patched into your focus network.
Great. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you
Good.
data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regalla's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood.
Art collection. Huh. 100,000 people, including approximately 40,000 climate refugees. Wow.
So it doesn't like purge water.
Make sure that there's no other. Very cool. All right. So the arena's on hold until the Wings of Ten is completed. Got it. We still haven't seen the beginning and the end. Okay. Excuse me. There we go.
Are you almost done?
I was annoyingly impatient at your age, too.
Everything okay? What are you doing out here?
Ask my grandmother. I risked leaving guard duty to look for her. She stopped to see the bloom, and now she won't leave. Since when does she care about flowers?
They're not just flowers, child. They're scarlet stems with a scent that soothes the nerves. Or so I was told many years ago by an Utaru seed tracker.
An Utaru? Now you're telling stories. If one trespassed here back then, you'd have killed him on sight.
I couldn't. Found him picking flowers, right near here in Tanakh territory. I was all set to strike him down, but he was singing.
Singing?
Can't remember the tune now. Just the lilt of his voice. And his name. Nilo. He decided to stay for a day or two. I took guard duty here so I could keep coming back to him. And he kept delaying his return to Plainsong. For the flowers, he said.
Please don't tell me I'm descended from an Utaru gardener.
Almost. Almost. But the thrill of battle called to me, and he had to return to his people. I've always wondered about the life I missed with him. Whether he misses it too. Would he welcome me in Plainsong? Or at least accept a scarlet stem?
It's a long way to Plainsong, but I get back there now and then. I could pick some scarlet stems and bring them to Nilo, if I can find him.
Please. He was an herbalist there. I know the time has long since passed, but I'd like to know. Well, I'd like him to know. Ugh, you know what I mean.
I think I do.
Encouraging an old woman? Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't I? Oil on me. I can send it to my stash. Could try using acid ammo.
There it is. I should look for the herbalist. Might still be Nilo. I could give him the scarlet stems.
Good hunting, Outlander. I'll let you know if I hear anything of
Been some
interest.
time. Good to see you. You've recovered. Good. A brighter day.
Oh, it's the potions guy.
So here's something I'd rather not have known. See you in a bit.
May the wind carry you. The land gods watch over us still. A brighter day dawns.
There is joy in Plainsong again. Are these doors always this rude? Ow. You better find that striking.
Outlander. What can I do for you?
You're the herbalist here, right? Are you Nilo?
No, Nilo was before my time. I think he went up north a while back to Riverhim. Why? Do you need a special solve?
No, but someone else does. Anyway, thanks. I'll try Riverhim.
There's a grove there, a memorial, a beautiful greenery. If he's there, I bet he'll be tending it.
Thanks again.
Glad I could help. Have a look at my...
Alright, let's see what he's got. Alright.
I hope you find what you're looking for in Riverhim.
Sun's getting low.
A remedy can make all the difference in the wild.
Everybody is talking about what you and Zoe did for us. We will never forget it.
Such a jump. It's not
Children,
normal.
don't forget to do
The
your
land
chores.
gods
Never truly abandoned us. I knew it.
Spring is on the mend.
Alright, we're getting there.
Going down! Okay, river him. I should look for Nilo. Give him the scarlet stems. The herbalist in Plainsong said he might be near the Memorial Grove.
Right, okay. We'll go here while we're at it.
Harmony returns. Nilo.
Would have raised Riverham to the
Did
ground.
she say Nilo? Hi there.
Nora, here. You're a long way from home.
I suppose I am. I'm looking for an herbalist named Nilo. I think I heard you say his name.
You've come to the right place. His seeds were buried here, where he tended the blooms of others, including my mother's. I'm his daughter, Gia.
Rip.
How long has he been gone?
Some 5 years now. He put a lot of love into this grove. Almost as much as he gave me. That's why I could never abandon Riverham.
I'd like to leave some flowers, if I may. From an old friend of his.
Scarlet stems. They're rare in these parts, but they were his favorite. I never knew why. He planted them whenever he could, but never picked them. Preferred to just watch them bloom.
Sounds about right. So he was a good man who led a full life?
He was. And he did. I don't know who this old friend is, but if my father liked them, they must be a good soul.
Okay, so now we go back to the desert.
Oh,
Before
hey.
we do that, we're going to
Good
something.
luck, Easterner. Having a good day?
You know what? Let's make sure everything's good here.
Thank you for indulging my memories of my father.
Our home is safe, and I am never leaving it again.
Riverham is one of the very few places the Utaru can truly...
It is an honor to be in your presence,
I
Outlander.
sell all you need to succeed.
Her tree will now grow safe and strong. Thank you.
Have care.
All right.
May the wind carry you, Outlander.
They're riled up now.
Here we go. I think this was like one of the first caverns I noticed.
wonder what a merchant would trade for this.
Ah. Completed.
Doesn't look like plasma will do much damage.
Alright. Teleporting back.
Look, the Outlander's back.
I can still see well enough, girl.
Is my long vigil over? You have word from my grandmother's gardener?
Yes and no. I laid the scarlet stems at his grave. His favorite flower, according to his daughter. Always loved to watch them bloom.
He's gone.
Yep.
But he did think of me over the years. That'll have to be enough.
Really? That's it? Are you sure you got the right herbalist?
Huh. Seemed like you thought it was a fool's errand.
Well, it's just that it meant something to you. It could have been a whole other life.
Could have been. But this life hasn't turned out so bad. Even have a granddaughter who cares enough to come looking for me out in the wilds. And I've still got scarlet stems to remind me of Nilo.
Sounds like your grandmother's got it all figured out.
Maybe she does. Just tell me the next time you want to come out here, okay? Instead of disappearing?
Maybe I will. Here, Outlander. Take this. For helping an old woman to remember she was once young.
You did a
Right.
good thing for my grandmother.
What is that? What?
We were so close. Lost. So must have left these flowers here. Where Laura fell.
Okay, they took both. Yeah, flowers. And
Made it. That was a long climb.
oh, this is great. There we go. Starting to load. Okay.
When you're wounded, you have to strike back. Draw blood.
Hey! Can't I get one damn minute to mourn my friend?
Regala is going to slaughter my tribe to overthrow Hikaru. The Zeniths have Beta and Gaia. We can't sit around wallowing in our losses.
Kotallo's right. We must fight.
Oh, all right. So what are we gonna do, huh? Take on all of Regala's rebels?
Not to mention the Zeniths. What can we even do? Throw ourselves at their base?
Something like that. So...
After we lost contact with you, we regrouped and went to Gemini. What happened? The recording we found on Varl's focus cut off when that Zenith, Eric...
The Zeniths were tracking Hephaestus. When Gaia trapped it in Gemini, they knew where we were. After Varl tried to stop them. They took Beta and Gaia. I only survived because one of the Zeniths turned against the others to save me.
One of them? Well... At least we didn't lose you too. So what do we do now?
We're going to defeat the Zeniths. And get Beta and Gaia back. But first... we're going to stop Regala.
How?
Back in Gemini, Beta gave me... a gift. There's something I need to do first to make it work, but it could put an end to the bloodshed.
Word is, Regala's readying her army for an all-out assault on the Grove. I need to be there.
I know. Go. Stand with Hikaru. And keep an eye on the sky.
Strike true as the 10.
The rest of you, whatever preparations you need to make, upgrades, resupplies, get on it. It won't be long before we take the fight to the Zeniths.
We'll be ready, Aloy. And when you're ready, meet me outside the east exit. I'd like to have a word in private.
Even when things are darkest, you're the flame that lights the way forward.
Just tell me one thing. Am I gonna get to smash up a bunch of Zenith bastards?
We all are.
Yep.
Good.
Before I do anything else, I should check on Zoe. It sounded important. It feels empty in here without Gaia. Oh, I guess this made his things.
Elizabeth Sobek. Here's another hint at 8, I think. The last digit.
Aloy. If you were listening to this, then, things didn't go as planned at Gemini. I know you'll keep your promise. Which means I must be dead. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? But what's happened since you found me in that ectogenic chamber? Thank you, Aloy. You've been my shelter. And I would risk it all again to be by your side. I know you'll find a way forward. That's what you do.
I'm sorry, Beta. But I'm getting you back, no matter what it takes.
I thought you were gonna go fight some Tanakh.
I wanted to check it.
Yeah, don't worry about me. I'll be there when you need me.
I never doubted that.
Oh, I'm glad you're back.
So am I. Do you think...
I don't think anyone's ever okay after losing the one. I can't tell you she's handling it better than I ever. That keeps the rest of us level-headed.
I know you hate waiting, but you'll...
Well, you go do what you got. Are you okay? It's not just Varl. I almost lost it when I realized my sister had been taken by Dervahl back in the Sundom.
I'm getting her back. That's all that matters.
Understood.
I need to get going.
You better do me a favor.
I'll do my best.
He's gone. I'll focus.
Focus. It's Varl's. I used to think no Nora would ever accept one. But Varl did.
Man.
Even when he was overwhelmed. He refused to let me push him away.
Over here, Aloy. We would come out here to tend to the garden. Sometimes I needed fresh air. Other times we would simply sit and watch the sunrise. So when we returned from Gemini, it seemed fitting that he be laid to rest here. Now he can always look out at Plain Song and... further east, to the Nora Sacred Lands.
He would have liked that.
He often spoke of his sister, Vala. He said she used to gather her favorite golden blooms and tie them to her spear. Their mother called it useless, but Vala was stubborn.
Yeah, she seemed like that.
It wasn't easy. But I tracked down the flower. Gathered its seeds.
Nice.
As verdant limbs wither, roots rot in snow, still the sea rises
certain as stone.
From death follows new life. So it is with the land. And so it is with us. I'm with child, Aloy.
You
I was
pregnant.
going to tell him when he got back from Gemini. Instead, one day, I'll bring our child here. We'll sit among the blooms and watch the sunrise.
I never got to tell him. To thank him. For saving my life, sure, but also for not giving up on me.
He always knew.
What a dude. I'm sad now. Oh, terrible. Man.
Goodbye, Varl. I promise to look after them. Oh,
Can just sit with
try to
Varl.
visit again when I can. But for now, I need to go to the fabrication terminal to install the new override on my spear. Then I'll use it on a Sunwing and get ready for an entrance Regala will never forget.
Ooh, Sunwing. Sarah, not Regala. Got it. Alright.
Gonna
Yeah.
clean my gear later. I could do yours if you want.
I cleaned it already.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Think you can manage things?
Stopping Regala's.
Yes.
Then I'll make sure the rest of us are.
Okay. I know we both want to make the Zeniths pay for, but once we infiltrate their base, our priority will be.
Don't worry. I won't go seeking revenge like some blood-crazed Tenakth. Wherever your arrow strikes, mine.
Let's hope we hit our targets. How's Aaron doing?
For a moment there, he thought he'd lost both you and Varl, but he never truly succumbed to despair. Guess that Oseram's stubbornness comes in handy sometimes.
We'll be facing Spectre drones soon. Aaron and Katalo have fought them before, so...
Already asked them to run us through some combat drills. Aaron moves like an oaf, but he's good with that hammer.
How's Aaron doing?
But he never guessed that.
I need to get going.
Whatever.
You look...
My studies are a good distraction. Varl, Beta. And that's just the beginning. The Zeniths want to rob us of our future, too.
We won't let that happen. How are you holding up?
Varl's loss is heavy on I didn't know him well, but I can... Zoe and Aaron seem to have taken... But I don't quite know what to say to...
They need time to sort...
And what about you?
I don't know. Seems like everyone's ready to take the fight to...
Kotallo more than Mo. If I were this Regala, I wouldn't want to cross him on...
Regala still has a lot of machines on her side.
That's where you come in.
If my plan works. Tilda, the Zenith that Beta mentioned, she was the...
Did she say why?
She knew Elizabeth Sobek. Seems to think helping... She was willing to share information on both Silence's plans and the other Zeniths.
But you still don't trust her. Where I come from, the more valuable the knowledge shared, the higher the price extracted. I'd be careful if I were you, Aloy.
So, all of the tribes here are new to you?
Yes. The most fascinating one thus far has been the Tanakh, an entire culture based on the holograms of an ancient museum. There's much they've misinterpreted, not unlike the Quen. But still, there's a nobility to what they've become. They're honorable and fearless.
And deadly. I should get going. Be ready to go on my signal, okay?
I won't let you...
I know.
Oh, it's this thing. Got it. No cost, huh?
Override installed. Now to find a sunwing. I think there are some roosting at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, we knew about that one. The first sunwings we encountered. Travis Tate.
If the Banuk can survive freezing, so... Okay, I need to find a sunwing to override. Better head up the mountain. Good. There are sunwings up here. I'll have to approach them quietly.
Alright, here we go.
Got it. Whoa.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so cool.
Oh, this is it. I'm in the air.
Where does it want me to go? Oh. Now we're gonna go south.
Whoa. Head rush. Tilda, I'm in the air.
Then you'll want to pick up an energy cell on one of the ancient Horus Titans. But first you must send out a pulse to activate. I've sent you the necessary software. To deploy it, you'll have to override one of the communication machines you refer to as Tallnecks. There's one in the middle of the desert that should do nicely.
On it. Turned around up here. Okay, back.
This is cool. So I have to go west right now.
Turn around. I bet that's the Desert Clan's capital. I can really see the scale of it. The tall neck should be just south of here.
Right, the one we didn't override.
Regala's rebels. Reinforcements, maybe. Heading for the Grove. I hope Ikaru and this Noct can hold out a little longer.
On target!
There's a tall neck. Need to get on top of its head. Now, how to land this thing. Made it. Just got over it. Okay, Tilda. I've overridden the tall neck.
Good. And the energy cells are now primed. Simply pick one up on a Horus. The nearest one should be northwest of your position. Dropping it on Regala's machine should produce quite a spectacle.
Thanks for the assist.
I told you, I want to help.
Whoa! I'm gonna have to get used to that.
Okay, so now... After Horus...
Rebels. Regala's throwing everything she's got at the Grove.
She flies like the 10!
There's the energy cell. Right on the Titan's back. Got the cell. Now on to the Grove. The pulse from the tall neck should have reactivated all the energy cells in the region. I should be able to pick up more from any Horus I fly to. Could be useful, even after I deal with Regala.
This is pretty cool.
right, here we go.
Are we loading?
Morgala's inside. Hikaru will soon be dead. It's all over, Chaplain.
I gotta drop it now. Here it goes.
Is that... It's Aloy! She flies on the wings of the Ten.
The tide has turned! Push through!
End of the line, Hikaru. Now on your knees, and I'll give you the death you didn't have the spine to give me.
They're down! The machines! All of them! They're down!
What? How's that possible?
Regala! Enough bloodshed! Let's settle this. You and me.
Easy to say when you're atop a machine.
Well, that was just to get your attention. I don't need any help to take you down.
Fine. I accept your challenge.
No face paint.
And once I'm done with you, I'll
And,
get to
my armor's
finish the
changed.
slaughter.
We'll see about that.
The duel is set. Let none interfere.
You are already forgotten!
No! I'm out.
Your blade is blunt! Your courage rusted! Your body weak! I'd hope to fight a less... I will do what has to be done! If you want my blood, earn it!
Okay. Skills.
Show me strength!
Alright, so that's how it's gonna be.
Let me end your misery! Run! Hide! Your fear will lead me to you! This is where it ends!
Yeah, it is.
I will carve my story into you! I will rise above! Here, death greets you! When you're beaten, all will see you for the Karja puppet you are!
Alright, one more.
You should beg me to end your life! Here I am again, on my knees before bootlicks and cowards. Go ahead, run me through.
Shut your mouth, traitor.
It was you who flew in on the wings of the Ten. You who challenged her. By our rights, you must decide her fate. I spared her once. It only made things worse. She was the best of my marshals. What a waste.
She's dangerous, all right. But maybe that's exactly what I need.
Cowards! What more do you have to conspire about?
Whether you live or die. I'm not here to forgive you for your crimes. But there's another battle ahead. Against an enemy more powerful than anything you can imagine. And I need people. A squad. That's willing to do whatever it takes.
I don't want your mercy.
It's not mercy. The battle I'm talking about will be charging into a nightmare.
A better death than this? Yes. My blood is yours. Your enemies are mine.
Nice.
Meet us at our stronghold, in the mountains near Plainsong.
You mean to send her alone? Without even an armed guard?
She does not need it.
I will be there. You have my word.
I'll hold you to it.
Chief, there's something you both need to see. In the throne room. He surrendered to our guards outside the grove. Claims he has an urgent message for the Outlander who defeated Regala.
So, state it.
It's for her alone. From an interested party.
I'm gonna need some privacy.
Clear the room. Put him with the rest of Regala's soldiers.
I'll see you back at base.
You saved the tribe. Let me help you with your mission.
No. With Regala gone, you have a chance to build the future you dreamed of. So get to your task.
Then at least allow me to give you this.
Is it a
Armor
hug?
for the battle ahead. May it keep you safe.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you too, Silence.
Congratulations on your victory. You saved the Tanakh for a few weeks. Unfortunately, you've doomed the entire planet as well.
Wrong. I don't need a Tanakh army to defeat the Zeniths.
Oh, Eloy. Have you learned nothing about the enemy we're up against?
More than you, hiding whatever hole you found. My idea is just better than anything you ever came up with.
Go on.
No, not here. We're doing this my way. Face to face, and with the weapon you've developed.
And why would I agree to that?
Because I'm your only way of beating the Zeniths, and getting the copy of Apollo that's on their ship. So meet me at my base. Mountains west of Plainsong. Time to submit to the inevitable silence and follow the person who actually knows what she's doing. Don't be late.
Lots of loading.
Tilda, you there? I did it. Silence is on board. So head to my base.
Impressive. I'll be there as soon as I can.
thought Chief Hikaru made up the vision of
Now that I can fly, I might want to see what else I can do before I head back.
Aloy's here.
The machines were different.
So, Aloy, you've added yet another deed to your name, and I'm guessing by the look in your eyes that you're not done yet.
Not quite.
Is there anything we can do? We owe you that much.
After everything you've been through, you're one of the best people to support Hikaru's bid for peace. Not just between the clans, but with the Karja too.
Then I will. You have my word.
And until my last breath, I'll make sure the tribe remembers all that you've done for us.
Right.
After everything Regala did, you still...
80%.
Spared her. I just hope the rest of her followers turn themselves in.
May your blade be bright.
Knowing she was spared might encourage them. But it could also...
Join JTF-10 for a covert operation deep within the rainforest.
Yeah, you won't shut up about it.
The flame of the desert now flies on the wings of the Ten. Will wonders never cease?
I thought you wanted to stay neutral.
In the end, I decided that if you thought Hikaru was worth fighting for, then that was good enough for me.
I'm honored.
The honor is mine.
Right.
I hope you know what you're doing. Sparing Regala cost us much
And
to
so
begin
the
with.
wings of the Ten found us when things were at their direst.
I'm not some legend come to life, Chitaka.
That may be, but we will always be in your debt. I hear Regala's pledged her life to you now.
I've heard their land.
Ateka. I figured I'd see you here.
Of course. The Lowland clan fought for our own today. And like the day Hikaru conquered the Grove, we stand victorious. I see the same look in his eyes as I did then. Hope restored. His vision for us endures.
He'll need your continued support, I'm sure.
And he will always have it. Thank you for everything, Aloy.
Thank you for everything.
Oh, yeah? Which one?
Nope, not telling. I know what you're up to.
It was worth a shot.
So,
There will be those who won't believe that, but I saw it.
of the Ten.
She took to the skies.
The chaplains will preach of this battle for as long as the tribe lives on.
The end of...
Maybe they said enough. Time to get off.
Gates of Wrath.
This'll break my fall. Turn around, I think. Frost to make it big. This is the mountain where that Tanakh wrestled with a stormbird. Poor thing. Marika's armor should be around here somewhere.
We're gonna fight a stormbird.
A fragment of Marika's armor. There must be more. I don't like the sound of that. Another armor fragment. Whoa! It must be the stormbird that killed Farika.
Alright, we're gonna turn that down a little bit.
better loot the Stormbird. One more bit of armor lodged in the machine. Looks like another bit of armor. I guess that's it then. I should let the Tanakh know I recovered what's left of Farika's kit.
Okay.
I'll keep these on me. Enough fine for now.
Okay.
His lady's right. There walks the Outlander whose strength and courage are yours.
Maybe I was wrong about you.
Good day, Outlander.
You fought well, and Hikaru's all brave to show your face.
Alright.
What do you think it's like? You know. We saw you fly. Did you find Farika?
I was able to retrieve her armor. What's left of it anyway. She didn't stand a chance against that Stormbird.
Ah, I see. Painful end. But not without glory. So, what do you think? Was she the first to fly on the wings of the Ten?
She was brave, and spent a fair amount of time in the air. I'd say what she did qualifies.
She flew! I knew it. The first to fly. As her successor, you should keep her armor. You can fix it up at the workbench. This way.
Once you repair the armor, you're welcome to it. You take after Farika. Bold, brave, and a diplomatic liar.
She met a harsh fate. Let her have the title.
Fair enough. It's kind of you to show such humility.
Aloy, ally of the Tanakh. Honor
Where
and
is
strength.
the repair area?
In the name of the 10.
Making good use of this.
Can you fell Regala as easily as the bulwark, Outlander?
Let's refill our stash. Or refill from our stash, I should say.
Outlander, I offer you an honorable trade.
As easily as the bulwark, Outlander?
Alright, let's repair the armor. Rock. Sky climber. Oh, cool. What's the difference between these two? Not much. Nice. Hi, Marshall. Okay. Let's go flying out over the ocean.
backpack's full, but my stash has room. Sundown. Stars will be out soon.
Alright, we're back.
Oh, gotta turn this thing around. as this is, I'd better head back. Now, where to drop it off?
Alexa, stop. Oh boy.
Machine's weak to fire. Arrow. Yeah. The home top. Yep. Or not. Kinda cool. Time to turn the sunwing around. I think I'm back in range of the vista point. I could try to find where the end. I think I can land this thing on the tower. Not a bad landing. find green shine too often.
I pressed the square. Come on.
I could try to line up the Vista Point image again. I should be within range.
Okay.
somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's give this another try. I think this show's part of San Francisco. From somewhere really high up. I think I can land this thing on the tower. Okay, this looks promising. Maybe the image was taken somewhere on this tower?
Thanks for resetting all this. Good game.
Pretty sure I'm close. That did it. There's data here. Another set of coordinates for some kind of cache. Looks like I have one more stop to make.
Do it midair. That's pretty cool.
Okay. I think I'm close to the coordinates for the Vista Point cache. A keepsake and a message from Elizabeth.
Hello, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Sobek. Thank you for completing the Vista Point tour. I hope it's given you a better idea of the work we do at Miriam Technologies, but more importantly, why it is so critical. As you've seen, life is fragile. And as my mother once told me, it needs our support, our care, and our love to survive. I hope this message, which is the core of Miriam's mission, means as much to you as it does to me.
It does, Elizabeth. Thank you. Acid to bring it down. Getting down now. Machines. Better be careful. A wrecked Quen ship. Must be the one Harriam and Christia were on. Ready for anything now. Should be able to look for that gyro compass with my focus. There's no compass here. The machines could have scavenged it out of the wreckage. I should check any scrap piles left around the island, just to be sure.
It's on to me.
Let's hope I can find the gyro compass in one of those scrap piles. brace myself against this wind. Frost isn't gonna do much. That'll make things easier. That's it. This thing took a beating. Not sure it still works. Better take it to Harry and Christia. Maybe they can fix it. Wreckage from a raft. Maybe those fugitives didn't make it too far after all. I'll only find out if I go down there. There's someone down on that rocky outcrop. That's where we part ways. You're one of the raiders who attacked Tide's Reach? Where are the others?
Holed up on top of a tower across the sea to the west. Where I left them.
I thought that they were true Tanakh, but they're murderers, not soldiers.
The Tanakh that Tides reach think you should all face justice.
Then they should come and get me themselves. If you want justice, then find the others. Leave me here to face the sea. My last battle.
Okay.
Why did you abandon the other raiders?
They abandoned the cause. They seek carnage, not honor.
So those fugitives are in a tower to the west. If they're close to landfall, they could be a threat to the Quen. I better take care of them.
I hate it when it doesn't catch up.
Need to find a spot to land. There. Someone's lit a fire. It must be the raiders who attacked Tide's Reach.
Up there! There's someone flying!
Okay, that's the raiders.
Who's
They
that?
are a threat.
Who cares? Bring her down! doing here?
I think someone's in trouble nearby. The machines are gone. You can come up.
What happened, Sonore?
Go! What were you doing trapped under a bridge?
There were wide maws. They smashed our boat, and then we were so busy escaping them that we...
It's dangerous out.
I know. We hadn't found... He wanted... He was right. But then the wide maws, and I dropped the relic into the water.
I'm sorry about your...
Yes.
Where did you drop this?
Down there, to the south.
Go back to landfall. Those Quen risked everything for that relic. That doesn't sound like it's too far from here. Maybe I could find it for them.
Gotcha.
There. An old world voice recording.
Point 9 on our holo tour of San Francisco. The Point 9 on our holo tour of San Francisco. The Dewey Monument. Recently returned to Union Square, this 85-foot column celebrates the American naval victory at Manila Bay. When their force of outdated vessels, in the Philippines, many of the Spanish sailors must have known they faced a hopeless task. Driven by duty, but poorly led, the Spanish fleet, wrong place, at the time, and was destroyed by a technologically superior force. The old world had been defeated by the new.
Acid won't make much of a dent. I'm ready.
You're not leaving here.
All that flies can fall. You flew to the wrong place! Let's pull her wings!
I can keep going.
How did she find us?
Closer to that Scarface bunny. All the way to the top, maybe? Or way down?
is ours! Bring that Outlander down!
Show how to not fight!
This isn't your business. You flew to the wrong place! We make our stand here.
Jesus.
Now we can finish her. We should have sailed further.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nora doing here? Bring that Outlander down!
That's the last of them. Those raiders won't be attacking Tide's Reach again. Or anyone else. Is this all their supplies? Whatever they stole, they've used or lost most of it. I might as well take what's here.
Alright. Good tooth flame out.
This'll break my fall. While I'm in landfall, I could search for the soldier I saved on the bridge. While I'm here, I might as well tell that soldier what I found.
Clear path.
Nothing to report,
Hey,
Ancestor.
patrol went well, I
May
take
the
it.
ancestors
Yeah.
guide us.
Please, come and eat.
Like they've been in a fight.
How are the repairs to the flotilla?
See what this guy's got. From Vanguard. Bye.
May you wear it well.
Nearly done. If push comes to shove, they're all ready to set sail.
Are you sure?
Ancestor Prime.
You're all right?
Ancestor.
The ancestor has returned.
By the ancestors. You're back. Is that?
I'm sorry.
It's broken. Our last hope.
No. There has to be a way to fix it.
How?
We just need to replace the batteries and the sensor unit.
Right, because they're just lying around a jungle for us to find. Wait.
The ancient fleet.
It might have what we need.
What ancient fleet?
When we abandoned our ship, we were washed ashore on a beach southwest of here.
There were ships built by the ancestors there.
Overseer Bohai will never let us go there. He won't risk losing any more navigators. He needs us to guide the fleet home.
No one's going home without a working gyro compass.
I can get them for you.
You'll need to look for a sensor unit. They're usually on a ship's antenna.
And batteries. 3 of them. They're small, so they might be hard to find.
I've got something for that.
We put our faith in you once again, Ancestor.
Can't wait to tell everyone at home about meeting an ancestor.
Us at C69 killed. Experience.
I hope our humble accommodations suits your needs, ancestor.
I can't believe it.
I didn't think such jumps possible.
You seem quite capable, Ancestor. Unexpectedly so, I must admit.
Living ancestor, thank you so much. You saved my life.
I found the relic you lost. Here. I hope you find something useful on this relic.
I'll take it to the diviners. They'll record the data along with Tsunore's name. He'd have liked that. A living ancestor, can you tell me what the relic is?
It's a recording. A history of the place where you found it, and a warning that you should choose your battles carefully.
I wish Tsunore had lived to hear it. I will heed its words.
The machines are dangerous here, no doubt. Not now.
There you are. Your excursion, Hannah?
Shut it, would you?
Harry and Christia said I'd find ancient ships in this area. I should take a look. Antenna's broken. No intact sensor unit. But might be worth looking for batteries. Fire's not gonna help here. And down. The battery. Better take that with me. Harium said I needed 3 of these. There has to be another ship around here somewhere. Those ancient ships have got to be around here somewhere. There. A sunken ship. Maybe it has what Harium and Christia need to fix the gyro compass. The ship's antenna. Let's hope the sensor unit is still intact. No sensor unit. But there is an old recording.
This is the USS Anchorage. Hailing anyone who's left. The Medina, the Omaha, and the New Orleans are down, and the swarm just cracked the Harris open like an egg. Incoming! Hold on! The lead Horus is heavily damaged. If we can concentrate fire, maybe we can still take it down.
There. Looks like some sort of power source.
I think we've got a ping on the Hamilton! Lost it! Sensors down! We're sailing blind!
That sounds like their sensor unit was taken out. But they were trying to reach other ships. Guess I should find the batteries now. My focus should pick them up.
Right.
I don't think I've checked the underside of another battery. That should be it. Focus picked up coordinates from that transmission I found. If there's more shipwrecks there, one might have an intact sensor. Maybe that's... I don't know why the load is still around. Could be a faster way to get to those coordinates I found. Fight a slaughter spine or override it. Well, that ship has an antenna with a dreadwing perched on it. Great. Gonna have to deal with it before I can look for the sensor the Quen need. Okay, I should be able to check out that antenna now. Really part ways. An intact sensor unit. This should be all that Harriman and Christia need. Looks like there's one more transmission in here.
This is the Hamilton. Anchorage, your transmission has been received. Targeting the lead Horus.
Just lost the starboard missile battery. Can't fire. We're empty.
Damn it.
Captain, there's nothing left to fire. Your orders.
Set a course for the Horus chassis. Ramming speed.
It's never a happy ending, is it?
Action.
Finally up and about. Sure.
Did you think right back, Harriman?
I found what you need.
Thank you. I'll get working on the gyro compass immediately. I'm coming home, Meandra.
You've done us a great kindness, Aloy. Christia is not the only one with people waiting back home. She'll be able to fix that gyro compass in no time. We'll never be able to thank you enough. But this should be a start.
If you need anything, tell Bohai to contact Alva. I'm sure she can help.
May the ancestors steer us true.
I can't believe we're actually going home.
This wind's a force to be reckoned with.
First, we need to put this thing together.
Right.
Oh boy. Alright, so we have all the collectibles. Getting close to all the audio. World, they're a little bit lacking. Wow.
Frost ammo could help here. gonna hit it with purge water?
Be there. Okay. Go back to base. we have enough game bears.
Hey, Mr. Know-It-All is here. You know, your focus buddy who never smiles. I didn't know what to do with him, so I had him wait in your room.
Got it. Thanks.
Tilda?
Well, Silence. Looks like you finally found a door you could open without me.
I'm glad it's there, actually. It kept me from having to mingle with the company you keep. But enough prattle. I believe you owe me an explanation. Your plans for the Zenith base?
You're right. I do owe you. My spear in your throat for deceiving me again. At the Hades Proving Lab.
I doubt you asked me here for that kind of reckoning.
No. Right now, I need your help. So I'm giving you one final chance. But if you ever betray me again, I will kill you no matter what the circumstance. Understood?
Very well. Though we'll both face a decidedly short future if you can't get us inside that base.
Aloy, your other guest is here. She's, coming to you.
Thanks. Good timing. The truth is, I can't actually get us into the base. But she can.
The company you keep is even worse than I thought.
Not a fan of surprises, are you? Oh, look. That must be your little invention.
Does the weapon work? Without self-destructing?
Of course it does. I've eliminated the imperfections and greatly improved its design and output.
How can we be sure?
Care for a demonstration?
Enough, both of you. We're in this together, at least for now. Go talk to Erend. Tell him I said to give you rooms of your own. I'll come see you when I get a chance.
They're getting rooms too.
Oh, no. You first.
Better get everyone in the control room so Tilda can tell us what she knows about the Zenith base. I see you've got your new arm ready to go.
Yes. It still feels strange. I've gotten used to the absence, but no matter. I'm sure I will need it before the attack on the Zenith base is through.
Haven't seen you since the battle at the Grove. How are you holding up?
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and I would say that I am...
Thank you.
It is I.
Did you meet Tilda?
There is something about her that I wouldn't be surprised if my sword went through her and...
Honestly, with her? Your people keep mentioning the wings of the Ten.
The visions tell us that the Ten flew on great and leapt into battle for us. To him, it is why the challengers leap into the arena during the Kulrut, and now... like the deeds of the Ten. So?
I won't lie.
I can only imagine.
Why did Tekote...
Tekote, I'd never, after our said, even though he knew it was exile. So I became...
I'm sorry.
I am not.
Look, I know you're... but I want her on our side when we...
It is more than she deserves.
Thank you, Katala. Things will get ugly once the Zenith's real. You'll need every trick you've ever learned.
I would have it no. Many soldiers died in the old world. We will endure on their behalf. Though, I am curious how you intended without an army of our own.
Leave that to me. Just make...
As you say. You have more.
You nervous about the mission?
If I live, it will be in... What matters most is that you...
I'll do my best. Think you're ready to put all your train...
I am to Nacht.
Anything new going on?
The Quen has been more insistent than usual, asking about the visions of the... Her pursuit of knowledge is relentless.
Just think of her like one of your chaplains.
Yes.
I have to go.
Understood.
There's Gwen stuff in here now. Must be all of us.
Great Delta. Probably from Florida. Gotcha, that's why everybody's speaking English. That's a really fair think about it.
Every time we find another link to Dervahl, it's like opening up a wound for Erend all over again. I really hope Asero was the last one. Maybe now he'll finally be able to heal from the pain of his sister's death.
Hey, Erend.
Yeah?
I was thinking of spot her when you have the time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course.
Might be a way to deal with my...
Did you need something?
You fiddling that.
Bravo, you managed to sway a Zenith to your...
Not a chance. I thought you said the weapon was ready.
There's always room to opt, but that's not why you... I assume you want to comprehend...
Since when were you...
Since you turned this into a waiting game. Modest success.
While I was out there, I had a couple run-ins with
the tribe from across the ocean. And?
Their entire tribe was shaped around the discovery of focuses. One of them, Alva, even joined me here. Don't you want to know more about them?
No. They stumbled up from the ancient world, and what did they... They shrouded the knowledge they unearthed in creating a pantheon out of corporate shills.
Yes, well, it also led them to thief.
Did it now?
So those run-ins with the Quen I mentioned. On one of them I teamed up with their expedition to search Thebes. We found Pharaoh at the end.
You must have needed Omega clearance. So, what was it like?
Worse than you can imagine.
He single-handedly wiped out collective human knowledge. I'm sure it was still less than he deserved.
Let me guess. You would have scraped him into a jar so you could prod his brain, like what you did with Hades.
For a start.
Tell me about the weapon. How does it work?
I've upgraded the delivery system. It now emits a wave-like effect covering a significant distance.
That doesn't fully answer my question.
No, but I'd be a fool to reveal its After all, why did you withhold your plan for dealing with the Zenith drones? Yes. Even you can appreciate the value of secrecy when warranted. Suffice it to say that the weapon will work. The intricacies of how.
Okay, so your big plan, everything you've been manipulating for the last few months. Let me see if I got this straight. You learned about the Zeniths from Hades when you interrogated it. Then you came up with a plan to defeat them by using a Tenakth army and that weapon. And to get the Tenakth to fight for you, or rather the Sons of Prometheus, armed Regala's rebels with override tech.
Did you have an actual question, or are you...
So all this time, even before I found the coordinates at the Spire, you were out here scheming. Why couldn't you just tell me?
When I learned of the Zenith's return to Earth, I laid out my plans. I knew I would one day require an army of overzealous Tenakth to assault the Zenith base. The casualties would be, and I knew you would never allow such a sacrifice no matter how necessary. Thus, I devised a means to remove your interference from the equation at the Hades Proving Lab.
Why help Regala take over? If you wanted an army, you could...
Before Regala's rebellion, Hikaru battling machines and fostering friendships with even if I gained his ear, he would...
So helping a bloodthirsty exile...
Yes. All Regala craved was war. Against the... She would have led the tribe into... which was precisely what I need.
Why create this? You didn't need a Sarah to make...
They were a necessary safeguard. The eclipse demonstrated the risks of getting through the Sons of Prometheus, all while remaining...
Except... How did you get a Sarah to work for you?
I knew there was an associate of the Oseram, Durval, who escaped his failed assault. It was trivial to track her down and gain her cooperation. She wanted to succeed where Durval...
So you promised her Regala, and the Tenakth. The Sarah would help you create a machine-riding army, that one...
And so a partnership was born out of thirst for blood, bonded in mutual self-interest.
You think you had everything figured out, huh?
I did.
You wanted me to surrender to the Zeniths at the Hades Proving Lab. They almost...
Based on everything I knew about them, I concluded they would find you, thereby keeping you out of harm's way, and more importantly, out of my way.
So you really didn't know they had their own clone?
No. Unfortunately, there was no way I could...
Detail? Well, I guess if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't be... Alright, Silence. I think I've talked to you long enough. I'll let you know when it's time to go. And try not to mess with Tilda. I don't need the two of you butting heads.
Yes. About you, I wonder if you understand what kind of person you're dealing with. For someone to live as long as she has, outlast as many well, your goals may be aligned now, but
Yeah, I'm aware. Reminds me of someone...
Survival is only a necessity to my greater purpose, Aloy. I'd hoped you'd recognize that by...
Do you know something, or...
Oh, I know a great deal of things. But on this, just call it...
Oh, a feeling.
Feeling.
You mean you finally had one? Huh. Guess even you can change, Silence.
Did you see Katala's new arm? I never thought I'd see metal down to flesh.
Visa.
Okay. Maybe it's time to get everyone together so Tilda can brief us. But is there anything I should handle before that?
There you are. Well done, Aloy. Despite you're truly a shining example.
I've been thinking about what you said at your house. It was more than that, wasn't it?
Perceptive as ever.
Okay, so...
I was an orphan. By my 30s, I was starting to wonder if... And then I met Liz. Says we'd have coffee at some point. I thought it was just shop talk, but then I was surprised at how much I looked. Soon we were flying halfway across the world every other... For the first time, I didn't feel lonely. I think Liz felt the same way at first. She had lost her mother a few years, but as time passed, it seemed as though she wanted less. And
So helping me, restoring Elizabeth's dream, it's
a second chance, yeah. I made a mistake leaving Earth while Liz stayed behind. So when I saw you, a woman who has carved her beyond even what made Liz, I knew I had to help you.
You said before that you're not like the others, that you never were. But you went along with all of their plans.
Out of necessity. Both when Earth was consumed and when the colony I did what I had to try to undo what, hence the data channel with Beta. The secret path and the little trick I pulled.
Why did you make the data channel look like your...
I built that house as a shelter, a safe place, not just for me. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly, some of the great...
And you wanted Beta to...
Yes. I thought if she could experience Vermeer, it would bring a Harriday to me. I'm sorry, she needed...
Why do you think Elizabeth...
I've wondered that for She was brilliant. She cared so deeply for... But it also felt like she kept everyone at arm's length. She never wanted to share. I think, in the end, she had a core that she never let... And sometimes I wonder if anyone really...
I found a recording of you and Elizabeth back in the proving lab after Farzineth's attempt to steal Gaia.
Yes. A most unpleasant conversation.
She said something after the call. I think she regretted how things ended between you.
Did she? All this time, thank you for telling me. I've always hated that those were the last words we ever said, and that her last impression of me was as a function, not who I truly am.
When it's time to break into the Zenith base,
I'll go over the full layout once you've assembled. Suffice it to say, we will need to push as fast as possible, dealing with heavy resistance. There are also printing facilities where the others have been amassing the natural...
What for?
First for use in the base's infrastructure, and then to fabricate a small army of them.
When I was out in the wilds, I saw a shuttle take off from the island, heading for space.
It was likely ferrying materials to and from our ship in orbit. After hundreds of years luxuriating in our digital comforts, the ship was barely space-worthy when we made our escape. Disaster can strike at any moment. We've learned our lesson.
Have you figured out how
No, and he's been very... I'll admit it bothers me, but I am confident it...
How many of them are...
10. Only a handful of us made it to our ship when our colony...
What can you tell me about...
He was the head of the world's largest financial conglomerate, and as such, had dealings with almost every major corporation. It made him one of the wealthiest people, and certainly the wealthiest.
What does one person do with that much...
Buy more power, more influence. Gerard's always believed him able to maintain control with a polished smile, but beneath that exterior it was his decision to restrict Beta's upbringing to her digital educators. The avatars of the Apollo database, while we were painted at...
Well, we'll deal with him soon enough.
I would very much like to see his face
when I was in the ruins of Vegas, I found data on a man named Stanley Chen. I think he was a Zenith.
Stanley, ever the optimist. When we established our colony, he built an exact replica of Las Vegas in virtual reality. Lights, shows, gambling... Every detail perfectly recreated. And while others cloistered themselves in their own fantasies, he flung his doors wide to everyone.
The way you're talking about him, I'm guessing he didn't make it back to Earth?
No, he perished. He would have been thrilled to discover that part of his beloved.
When Beta escaped and hid in an ancient research facility, I saw another one of the Zeniths. Verbena. Who was she?
A dull star amidst a sea of brighter constellations. Unlike most of Farzineth's members who amassed their wealth through shrewd business deals and technological achievements, Verbena inherited her billions. Her father had achieved great success in the luxury holotourism industry. At age 24, she became the world's most eligible bachelorette,
so she was like a health center.
branding herself a life designer. Someone who leverages their fame to influence the choice of...
What? Like...
In a way, yes.
Well, she must have done something right to have survived.
She was her own brand of ruthless. But even rats can cling to a vessel.
Okay, so I've had run-ins with a handful of Zeniths.
An array of the wealthiest people on Earth. Titans of their industries.
And let me guess.
Most, but not all. There were a few with whom I got along. Annika Murjani, for instance, was always delightful. She founded the Holonet's most successful dance channel and was herself mesmerizing. And I had fascinating discussions with Song Jiao about her work. Our immortality treatments are due in part. But then there were others like Devin Miller, the CEO. His only real preoccupations were perfecting his golf swing and taking self-hollows. When I think about all of us, we really should have accomplished.
So, Eric.
I believe he got worse over time. On Earth, he was the founder of a profitable private military company, a band of cutthroats, even as governments abandoned human combatants in favor of... He found success with clientele that required... There were also rumors that he personally hunted and killed his target, all for the thrill of it. But on Sirius, he retreated to virtue. In them, he could go on though I suspect with diminishing...
All of his tribe believes he was one of the greatest people from the old world.
Then they would be quite disappointed, though I'm sure he'd bask in...
Okay. I'll let you know.
I'll be here until then. And thank you, Aloy, for giving me this chance. My past has always been more than once I've lost everything. I see Liz's dream fulfilled.
Maybe we can make it happen.
We will.
Before I forget, I watered those plants for you.
Have a good night, guys.
I just know they meant a lot to you, and